Good morning and welcome to On the Spot Motorsports Media. We're here for Sunday Fun Day. That's right. Race number 8 of the Scorpion Racing Products EP Bracket Series. We will be getting underway here shortly with the first round eliminations. We have already completed, I'm pretty sure, all the time runs for this morning for the new entries. I'm glad that y'all decided to join us this morning. Tell you what a beautiful morning it has been so far, but I tell you what, we're starting to get a lot of cloud cover, and that might help out with the track temp as we go throughout the day. Supposed to be a similar day as yesterday as far as temperature. I think we're supposed to be around 89 degrees, and yesterday we got up to 91. Tell you what, as we get ready to go into some stuff, we're going to take a commercial break and we'll be right back after these messages.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty.
Never a dull moment around him. Would everybody please bow with me? Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you again for this day and yet another opportunity to do what we love to do at a great facility. And Lord, we just ask for your blessings and safety for the whole facility, Lord. Lord, I ask that you keep us mindful of Easter coming up in 2 weeks. Remind us of the reference of what that means, Lord. Let's be mindful that it's not all about the Easter bunnies and the candies, Lord, but it's about Jesus. It's about the death, burial, and resurrection of our Savior. And Lord, I just ask that you keep us all safe as we go our separate ways this afternoon and evening. Bring us back at the next appointed time, Lord. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Brother Green. Now, additionally, kicked off with round number 1, Pro Eliminator. If you are unfortunately captured here in round 1, you become the second first floor of the tower and you can buy your way back in for round number 2.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
All right, here we go. We got, I think it's Joe Conley over here on the left-hand side. And the Dodge pickup truck, 760 is going to be the dial in going against the pickup truck over there in the Strange Engineering lane. Got a red light start over here on the Lucas Oil side. Going to get the automatic win to the right-hand lane. What's coming up next? 597 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Going to go up against Kenny Bevins over here in the right-hand lane in the Vegas station wagon. 606 is going to be his dial in. separate the two at the starting line at the strike. Kenny Bevan's is going to get the win line here on a double breakout. He breaks out by 5. Looks like John Dwayne broke out by 6. D-Linty coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the 69 Camaro, going up against Dan Salyers. Over here in the right-hand lane, Salyers with a 747 dial in. D-Linty with a 667. Seven. All right, got the Firebird coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And over there in the right-hand lane, Jimmy's got the win line here because the red light start over in the left-hand lane. All right, Bart Pangolin coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be going up against David Zake. Bart with a 656 dial in. David with a 702 dial in. And Bart's going to get the win line here as he goes through with a 662 on that 656 dial in. David does dead on with an 8, but he was way late on the tree. Amber Matt's coming up next. She's out of Gainesville, going up against Ralph Bratton. Bratton's over here in the right-hand lane. He's got a 626 dial in on his Chevy El Camino. Amber with a 676 dial in on her little S10 pickup. And Redline started there by Amber Matt's going to get win. And Ralph goes through with a 625 on his 626. Amber went 671 on her 676. All right, Patrick Pelletier coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll be running up against Malibu, car 282T. 572 is going to be his dial in. Okay, Whitlight's come on over there in the right-hand lane. 573 on 572, good run there for him. His Pelletier goes out with a 601 on his 596 dial in. Chris French coming up next. He's got a 616 dial in. Going up against Greg Lewin. He's got a 658 dial in. Nova. Red line started by Chris French. Going to get the automatic win here to Greg Lubin. Greg goes through the 652 on a 658. Chris Logan goes 697 on his 616. Mike Bennett coming up next. 628 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. Here we're on against Curtis Peak over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, Bob Hoxton coming up over here on Lucas Oil side of the track. Got a 690 dialed in on his Chevy pickup truck going up against Mike French. French on Vocal's got a 630 dialed in on that 65 Chevelle station wagon. The whip line's going to come off for Mike French. He goes 635 on his 630 dial in. Hoxton goes 696 on his 690. All right, Dan Warren coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 646 is the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. He's going up against Russell Morris over there in the right-hand lane. 697 the dial in for the Oldsmobile. And Redline's going to come on down here for Dan Warren as he went 647 on his 646. All right, James Evans coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Okay, on a double breakout, James Evans is going to get the win line here as he goes through with a 692 on his 695 dial in. As Howler goes 729 on his 733 dial. All right, Ken Grant coming up next over here on Lucas Oil side of the track. 627 is going to be the dial in for the Nova out of Ty, Georgia. He'll be running up against Travis Marchand. Travis is out of Keystone Heights, got a 6 flat dial in on his 69 Chevy Camaro. And we got a clean green line start. Looks like 24,000 separates the two at the starting line. And the stripe is going to be Ken Grant picking up the win line here. 642 on his 627 dial in. Travis loaded a 616 on his 6 flat dial in. Blake Scott coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 748 is going to be the dial in. He'll be going up against Ernie Renfro over there in the right hand lane. Ernie's got a 665 dial in on his 1970 Camaro. 748 the dial in for the Corvette. And we got a clean green line start in both lanes. And it's going to be Ernie Renfro picking up the win line here as he goes 667 on his 665 dial in as Blake Scott breaks out with a 744 on his 748 dial in. Scott DeLeon coming up next. 681 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu going against Mark Conley. 627 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Dart. Okay, we got a clean green line start both lanes. Here we go. The stripe in your win line's coming off Mark Conley. 630 on a 627 dial in. And Scott Leon goes 682 on his 681. Mel Rescue coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, car R204. And we're up against Paul Allen. Paul's got a 695 dialed in. Redline start there by Paul Allen. It's going to give David Smith the automatic win light. Excuse me, Mel Rescue the automatic win. Mel goes to the 639 on his 636 dial in. All right, Mark now coming up over on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 635 dial in going up against DJ Coventry over here in the right hand lane in the Chevy Camaro. He's got a 643 dial in. All right, 3,000 separates two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Martinell getting the win light here as he goes 635 with a 1 on his 635 dial in. All right, Tony Gamardella coming up on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Chevy wagon going up against Jeff Grafton in the Tesla. He's got a 751 dial in. And the win line's going to come on over to Tony Gamardella as he goes 645 on a 641 dial in. Robert Treadwell coming up next. 614 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. All right, Cranes, green light start both lanes. 17,000 difference at the starting line at the stripe. J.D. Anderson's going to get the win light. As Treadwell breaks out. All right, what a cheer coming up over here from Lucas Oil. Here we're up against Donnie Hutto over there in the right hand lane in the Mercury Comet. And Wyatt Palmatier gets the win light here as he goes 625 on his 624 dial in. All right, James Turner coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Richard Lindsay will be over here in the right hand lane. All right, 698 is the dial in for the Mercury Capri, 640 the dial in for the Mustang. And Winlight's going to come on over there for Richard Lindsay as he goes 658 on his 640 dial in. Mike Gaffney coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 748 is going to be the dial in for the Camaro. He'll run up against Georgia Manuel over here in the right-hand lane. He's got a 771 dialed in on his Chevy Nova. He's out of High Springs. And Jordan Manuel's going to get the win line here as he goes 774 on his 771. All right, Sean Henson coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Tom Courtney will run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. Redline starting in for Courtney. He's going to give the automatic win here to Henson. And Henson goes through the 740 on his 684. Courtney went 675 on his 665. All right, Scott Young and Bill Waller. And Bill Waller's going to get the win line here as he goes 660 on that 659 dial in. Aaron Reynolds coming up next. We got a 611 dialed in. Okay, Redline started over there on the Strange Engineering lane. He's going to get the automatic win here to Aaron Reynolds. Dawson Bass coming up next. 713 is the dial in for the Ford Mustang at Jacksonville. Go up against Leah Tadero. Should be over here in the right hand lane. 755 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy van. Okay, we got a clean green line start. Looks like 76 down there percent the starting line. And it's going to be Dawson Bass picking up the win line here as he goes 718 on his 713 dial in. As Leah goes dead on with a 4, but she was behind on a Christmas tree. And Dawson Bass wins it on a hole shot. Lisa Rimba coming up next. 640 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Dart. Going to be going up against Fireball Jeremy Davis over here in the Strange Engineering lane. And we got a clean green line starting both lanes. 16,000 separates the two in the starting line. And it's going to be Jeremy Davis getting the win line as he goes through with a 548 on his 540. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I need the Super Pro Motorcycles. Super Pro Motorcycles need you to stay in lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles need you to lane 7. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, overflow 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, overflow 3 and 4. All right, Kenny Bevins and Mike Young. And Redline's going to come off Mike Young on a double breakout. And it's going to bring up Roland Corky Alford over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And running against Lucas Wayne Northrop. All right, Redline came on over there for Corky Alford. That's going to bring up Bill Green. 605 is going to be the 9 left for the Chevy Camaro. Next. All right, 18,000% starting line. And Bill Green's going to get the win right here on the double breakdown. Super Pro Motorcycles. Been calling for you. Been calling for you. Where y'all at? Y'all going to leave overnight? Jeremy Davis, let me know. All right, here we go to the Super Pro motorcycles. And we have Roy Hagedorn coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Venice, Florida. And Vance Michelle out of Vero Beach. She's going to run over here in the straight engineering lane. And Redline start there for Vance. Going to get Roy Hagedorn out back way. And Roy goes through the 566 and the 579. Ball Davis. They still pickings on the Super Pro bikes for today, so 2 or 3 rounds in, we'll be done. All right, so Jeremy Davis goes through the 531, 128 miles an hour.
Well, thank you for coming on board and watching On the Spot Motorsports Media's coverage of Gainesville Raceway Scorpion Racing Products ET Series. This is race number 8 of the season. It's hard to believe that we've already gone through so many races in a short span of time. Just keep in mind that we do not run the ET Brackets series in July and August. All right, here we go. We're going into Super Pro.
All right, here we go. Dan Thompson coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Gainesville is Chevy Monza. He'll go up against James Kelly Hicks. Hicks has 6 violin. He's out of Elton, Florida. All right, clean green light start both lanes. And then the stripe, Dan Dobson's going to get the win right here as he goes through it. He's 650, only 649. Kelly breaks out about 4 thousandths. Dan had it covered on the tree as well as he was 007. Kelly's up 22. Glenn Newman's coming up next. 554 is the dial in for the Chevy Monza. He's out of High Springs. Latchway, excuse me. He'll go right up against Jason Graham. Graham's out of Jacksonville. He's got a 572 dial in his Chevy 2. 4,000 separated to the starting line. Here we go to the strike, and the win line's going to come on for Jason Graham as he goes 10 on 5 with an 012 reaction time. He put a 17th hour pack together. Glenn was 06, then he only had a time to play with, but he goes 556 on his 554. Troy Balker coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and he'll be going up against Trey Bunner. And RJ 27. 616 is going to be his dial in. 695 the dial in for Troy. Start both lanes. Looks like 300ths of a second separated to it to start, and it's going to be Trey Bunner picking up the win line here. As Troy Volker breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. Troy actually had it covered on the tree. He was 005 to an 035. Eric Kinghorn coming up next. The Chevy Cavalier and Glen St. Mary's got a 522 dialed in. We're up against Gene Spazzini out of Lake City. 622 is down in for the 37 Chevy Roadster. And the win line's going to come over here to Kinghorn. He goes through with a 526 and his 522 dialed in. And Gene bows out with a 625 on his 622. John Dwight coming up next. 596 is his dial in. He'll be running up against Bobby Trinnell. Trinnell's on the Fort White. Got a 533 dialed in for his 33 Ford Roadster. All right, looks like you got 13,000% starting line, and at the stripe, John Dwayne's going to get the win here as he goes 598 with his 596 dial, picks up the win. Trinnell goes out 534 on his 533. Brian Jones coming in next. 454 is going to be the dial in. He'll run against the 70 Chevelle over here in the right hand lane. Part of a T201. All right, need Pro Bikes. Pro Bikes to lane 7, please. Pro Bikes need you to lane 7. Okay, well, that's going to come over to Brian Jones. You got to get a little bit late there on that one there, so sometimes it makes me like. Anyway. All right. Thorn coming up next. 443 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Mills, Florida. He'll run against Tommy Campbell out of Fleming Island. 6:43 is going to be his dial in. Redline start there by Tommy Campbell is going to get Bubba Hawthorne down. And Bubba goes through with a 4:41 on his 4:43 dial in. Steve Shoemaker coming up next. He's out of Jacksonville. 470 is going to be the dial in. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. And he'll run against John Robbins. Robbins driving the Chevy Beretta. High Springs, he's got a 582 dialed in. To the starting line at the stripe, John Rollins getting the win line here as he was 584, his 582 dial in. And he gets the win line. Shoemaker went 474 on his 470. Randy Banger coming up next. He's out of Palmetto, Florida. 495 is going to be the dial in. All right, here goes Jackie Bennett. Over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 454 is going to be his dial in. Here around against Mike McBryson. Over there in the Strange Engineering Lane, he's got a 667 dial in. Line started by Jackie Bennett. It's going to get the automatic win here to Mike McBryson. McBryson goes dead on 9. So good run there for him. Jackie left way early. All right. Michelle Linsby coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 252 is the car number. She's got a 639 dial in. Greg Lubin out of Hawthorne. 652 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Hawthorne, Florida. And we got a red line start for Michelle Linsby, giving Greg Lubin the automatic win light. He goes dead on with a 2. He'll be moving on in round number 2 with a win. All right, this is going to bring up Bill Hillhouse. 587 is going to be the dial in for Camaro. He'll go up against Bruce Root out of Webster, Florida. 723 is his dial in. All right, we got a clean green light start. 6 seconds separates the two at the starting line. The stripe is going to be Bruce Root picking up the win line here on a double breakout. He'll be moving on into round number 2. That'll bring up Sherby Powell. 661 is going to be the dial in for Sherby. And we're going up against Dave Demarest. 469 the dial in for the dragster out of Fort McCoy. All right, 2,000 separating the two at the starting line. Here we go to strike. Dave Demarest will be in the win line here. He goes 469 with a 1 on his 469 dial in. Sherby goes 460, goes 664 on his 661. Jim Barbera coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 682 dial in. He'll be going up against Bart Treadwell. He's out of Callahan, Florida. 557 is the dial in for the 442 Oldsmobile. And at the strike is Bart Treadwell picking up the win line here as he goes 560 on that 557 dial in. Barbera slowed to a 687 on his 682. Paul Allen coming up next. He's got 692 dial in on his Ford Maverick. He's out of Middleburg. And he'll run up against DJ Coventry out of Oviedo, Florida. 643 is the dial in for Chevy Camaro. But I start with Paul Allen's going to give DJ Coventry the automatic win light. And he goes through the 638 on that 643 dial in. That brings up Autumn DeRossett. 502 is going to be the dial in for the young lady out of Hayward, Georgia. She'll run up against Trent Horton. He's out of Callahan, Florida. 486 is his dial in. It's going to come on down there for Autumn Negro 7. She goes 10 on 7. And she ended up 34 reaction time. Trent was behind on the Christmas trees. He was 059. And the car goes 487 on that 486. Danielle Bonney coming up next. She's out of Venice, Florida. 485 is going to be the dial in. And showing up against Michael Peak. 613 the dial in for the Vega out of Equipment, Georgia. All right. Redline's going to come off Michael Peak on a double breakout. As he breaks out by the least amount, he broke out by 2,000. Looks like Danielle broke out by 9. Danielle actually had better reaction time. She was 003 to an 019. Maverick Valentier coming up next. 594 is going to be the dial in for the pickup out of the land. And he went up against Chuck Trotter. Trotter's out of McClenny, Florida. He's got a 466 dial in. Start in 11 miles, separate the two at the start. It's going to be Chuck Trotter picking up the win line here. He has 470 on 466. Valentier slows to a 605 on his 590. D. Lincoln coming up next. 670 is going to be the dial in for the 69 Camaro out of St. John's, Florida. He'll go against Mark Daniels out of Jacksonville. 498 is going to be his dial in. He'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. Okay, got a clean green line start both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Mark Daniels picking up the win line here. He goes 505 on that 498 dial in. All right, win line's going to come on over there in the Strange Engineering lane for car number 282T. Don't have his information handy just yet, but he does get dead on 4. Race Chad Kennedy up next. 632 is going to be the dial in for the pickup over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Joe Bingston out of Williston, 692 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu. Okay, looks like we got a 58 pounder percent the starting line. Here we go to the strike, and the win line's going to come on down there for Joe Bingston. He goes 693 on his 692 dial in. His Chad's car slows to a 640 on a 632. Chad had a better reaction time, just couldn't get the car to perform on the top end. And Brandon Hunky Brewster on Blackshear, Georgia. 520 is going to be the dial in for the dragster. He'll go here on the Lucas Oil lane. And Mike Bennett Out of Green Coast Branch, 660 is the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. Go right over here in the right-hand lane. All right, Luke Hawthorne coming up next. 455 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's going to run against Kevin Grant. Grant with a 447 dial in. He's out of Tight, Georgia. 5,000 separates the two at the starting line. That just drops Luke Hawthorne getting the red line here as he was dead on two. With a 005 reaction, that puts the 7,000 back together. Kevin Grant was 0-10 on the tree, didn't have a shot. That's going to bring up Tierra Carter. 520 is going to be the dial in. She's out of Blackshear, Georgia, going up against Stormin Norman Williams. He's in Yulee, Florida. He's got a 610 dialed in on the Nova over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, Haley Rock coming up next. So we're going to Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got a 508 dialed in. She's going to run up against Mike Young out of Beverly Hills, Florida. 650 is the dial in for the Barracuda. start there by Mike Young. He's going to get Penny right to automatic win. Haley goes through the 527 on the 508. Young was double at 3 red. All right, that's going to bring up Louie Two Shoes Galley. Louie's at the 4-1 far. He's jumping the Chevy Corvette. Coming right up against David Dickinson of St. Augustine. Hicks for the 501 dial in. Previous Louie, 24 for Hicks. And Hicks is going to get the win right here. He goes 504 or 501. Louie goes dead on 2, but unfortunately he was behind on the Christmas tree and could not get the win light to come on. Grayson Wright coming up next. He's got a 499 dial in. He'll be going up against James Hicks Jr. Hicks with a 472 dial in. He's out of Elton, Florida. Yeah, Redline start there by James Hicks. Going to get Grayson Wright. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. I need Flying Bright Trailer Sales Junior Street, lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street, lanes 1 and 2. I need Allen Speed and Machine Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. Need Pro Bikes to lane 7. Pro Bikes, lane 7. Soil side of the track, 504 is going to be his dial in. They're going against Donnie Hutto. Hutto's got a 695 dial in on the Heartbreak Comet. He's out of Jessup, Georgia. starting both lanes in at the stripe. It's going to be Mike Minacci picking up the win line there as he goes dead on with a 0. An 0.22 reaction time. Hutto breaks out by 5 thousandths. That'll bring up Keith Collins next. 563 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. And he'll go up against Kelly Hicks over there in the straight engineering lane. He's got a 455 dialed in on his dragster out of Elton. So it looks like Keith Collins, the star, has won the league. So he is going to take it back to the pit, see if he can get that straightened out. So that's going to give the competition by here to Kelly Hicks. Pits goes 455 over 455. That's going to bring up Kurt Banks. He's got 540 diamond in it, right up against Jason Graham. Graham's over here in the riding lane. He's got a 572 dial in. Redline starting there for Jason Graham's going to get the automatic play here to Kurt Banks. Banks goes dead on one. And 37 reaction time, so good run there for Banks. Jason Graham went dead on two, but he pulled the trigger 0-12 too early. Robert Treadwell coming up next. Yeah, looks like this might very well be a competition single for him as well. All right, Robert Treadwell goes 614 with a 4 on his 614 dial in. He was 006 on the tree, put a 10,000 back together. Good run there for Robert Treadwell. Well, go out on a limb and say that's probably Ben Match driving the S10 pickup over there today. Don't see him around here behind the wheel. And Kurt Carlson over here on the Strange Engineering lane. All right, definitely green light start both lanes. Looks like red light's going to come over there for Kurt Carlson. This 544 as the S10 breaks out with this 669 on the 9 on a 670 dial in. Aaron Reynolds coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 603 is going to be his dial in. And he'll be running up against Glenn Newmans over here in the right-hand lane. Glenn with a 556 dial in. And Chevy Monza, he's in the electrical. All right, 9,000 right to the starting line. Down the stripe, it's going to be Aaron Reynolds. He goes through the 604. His 603 dial in. Glenn Newmans breaks out by 2,000 of a second. Dan Dobson coming up next. 649 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Monza. He's out of Gainesville. And he'll be going up against Wyatt Palmatier. Over here in the right hand lane is this 10 pickup. All right, 7,000 separated to the starting line at the stripe. The win line comes over Dan Dobson as he goes 650 and then 649. Picks up the win as Wyatt goes through with a 617 or his 615. All right, Roy Hagedorn coming up next. Lucas Oil side of the track. 632 is the dial in on Mustang out of Venice. And Randy Banger out of Bradenton, Florida. 492 is going to be his dial in here over here in the street distributing lane. Redline starting for Hagedorn. He's going to get the automatic win to Randy Banger. All right, Bubba Hawthorne coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And we got a 442 dial in. Here up against Dan Stutz out of Green River Springs in that 1940 Willys. It's going to be 547 dial in. And the wet line's going to come on for Hawthorne as he goes 443 on the 442 dial in as Dan Stutz breaks out by 5 thousandths of a second. Flying Brian Jones coming up next. 455 is going to be his dial in. He'll be running up against Bill Highhouse. He's got a 585 dial in. All right, once again, I do have Junior Street, lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. The Pro Bikes to lane 7, Pro Bikes to lane 7, and then Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6, Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. And it looks like we're actually getting ready to go over here to Junior Street. All right, what's Dwayne coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Chevy Camaro? She's got a 934 dial in. Going against Hayden de Leon, 1033 to dial in for the Chevy pickup truck. Leon picks up the win line here as he goes dead on with a 4. As Chelsea Dwayne goes out with a 935 on her 934 dial. Tanner Rockney coming up next. 1037 is going to be the dial in for the Ford pickup. And we're going up against Hunter Dowling. He's got a 1090 dial in, also driving a Ford truck. come on down there for Hunter Dowling. As he goes through an 11:08 on that 1090 dial in. And then Brianna Browning. 11:18 is going to be the 9 lane Ford Flex going up against Caden Holdaway. He's got 11:18 dialed in on the Ford pickup. All right, attention to the bids, attention to the bids. I need junior dragsters, start making your way into the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 year olds in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Need my junior dragsters, start making your way into the staging lanes, please. Once again, I want my 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 year olds in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Junior dragsters, start making your way to the lanes, please. All right, Tom Boats coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Reginald Harper. Tom Boats 1098 dial in, Harper with an 885. And the stripe is Tom Boats getting the win line here as he goes 1145 on the 1090 dial in. As Harper breaks out with an 879 on his 885 dial. Jordan Volker coming up next. 920 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Vance Howdy Shell. Vance got 995 dialed in. All right, win line's going to come on down there. Vance Howdy Shells. He goes 10 flat on that 985. And that's going to bring in Anthony Vieira of Palm Coast. 876 going to be his dial in. All right, so it looks like getting ready to go here to Sportsman. And we're going to get things kicked off with Jeff Barrier. Over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 1188 is going to be the dial in. He'll run up against J.D. Anderson. Anderson's got 1107 dialed in. He'll run over here in the right hand lane. All right, so Barrier's going to get the early start here, and then the Tesla's going to see if he can catch him. All right, J.D. Anderson picks up the win line here as he goes 1119 on 1107 dial in. As Jeff Barrier goes 1192, 112 is 1188 dollars. All right, Mark Conley just picked up the win there over Johnny Linder. And that's going to bring up Chad King next. Pontiac Firebirds got 1101 dialed in. He'll run up against Jacob Richards. In the Ford Mustang, he got 1238 dialed in. He's out of Gainesville. And that strike down there, it's going to be Chad King picking up the win like here as he goes 1201 with a 6 on his 1201 dial in. He did late from reaction time, but still made it work. Jacob Richards goes through with a 1229, 8 miles an hour. All right, so it looks like problems with Reed Ferrari car, so this is going to be a competition single here for Jeff Grafton. Grafton's out of Loxahatchee, Florida. He's got 1172 dialed in on his Tesla. All right, Grafton goes to 1169 on 1172 dial in. All right, Mike Barton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 1276 to the dial in for the S10 pickup. And he'll run up against Dan Salyer. Salyer's with 1187 dial in. Big black power Monte Carlo. All right, attention now to pits. Attention to pits. Fuel is going to be on sale for about another 10 minutes. So if you need to get any of your racing fuel needs taken care of, you got about 10 minutes to get back there and get your race fuel needs taken care of. So this fuel depot closing in 10 minutes. All right, Kevin Roberts coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 1172 is the dial in for the 69 Camaro. He'll go up against Scott Leon. He's got 1176 dialed in on the Chevy Malibu. All right. And your weight line's going to come on over there for Kevin Roberts. He owes 1177. Here's 1172. And Scott Leon at 1172 and his 1179. Chuck Parnell coming up next. It's in the 68 Dodge Dart. He's got 1115 dialed in. He'll run against Mitchell Gunner. He's got a 1360 dialed in on the Dodge Charger. Hey, red light start there for Jay Parnell. Is going to give Mitch Gunner the automatic. And Younger is to the 1360 on his 1360 dial. Chris Courtney coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. All right. Reaction time advantage goes over here to the right-hand lane. Both drivers break out. Chris Courtney's going to pick up the win at 11:10 to 11:79. Jay Dickinson coming up next. 1665 is the dial in. And Bob Hogston's going to be over here in the right-hand lane. He's got 11 flat dial in. All right, Redline's going to come on over there for Jay Dickinson as he goes 1667 on that 65 dial in. As Hodgson goes 1111 on his 11 flat dial in. All right, Redline's going to come over here for Trent Horton as he takes out Blake Scott. Scott turns on the red light. That's going to be up your next pair. Dawson Bass coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll run up against Dennis Harsh. Dennis with a 1360 dial in. 1235 is going to be the dial in for Dawson Bass. Going to be in the lanes at this time. Junior Dragster should be in the lanes. All right, Dawson Bass coming up over here with Lucas Oil. So I'm trying 1235 is going to be his dial in. Going against Dennis Harsh. Harsh over here in the right-hand lane. Got a 1360 dial in. All right, Mark Pangolina coming in next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1230 is going to be the dial in for the Corvette. Going up against Monica Roberts. Monica drove the 1256 dial in. And Chevy Camaro. All right, 35,000% starting line. Here we go. The stripe and the wind lights coming over Bart Pangolina as he goes through the 1269. 100 miles an hour to a 1258 for Monaco. All right, so here we go, our junior dragsters. We're gonna have Shaw Daniel coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1190 is gonna be his dial in. Then against Hudson Mats. Mats out of Gainesville got a 1210 dial in. Okay, Megan O'Neill. Come see this game on the second floor. All right, Weston Daniel coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 902 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Wright Cook. He'll be 890 will be the dial in. He'll be over here in the right hand lane. Right hand lane. Attention independents, Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator. Start making your way back to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Come on in for round number 2. I need Allen Speed Machine Super Pro Motorcycles to lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. David Holloway. So we over here on Lucas Oil side of the track. 790 is going to be his dial in. And he'll go up against Tanner Botany over there in the right hand lane. He's got a 798 dial in. Start here we go with the stripe. Redline is going to come on down for Tanner Botany as he goes 8 flat on his 798 dial in. Carson Murphy coming up next. 797 is going to be the dial in. He'll run up against Molly Banger. She's got a 794 dial in. Murphy as he goes 8 flat on his 797 dial in. He was 008 on the tree. Molly Banger was 003. She goes 8 flat as well, but she was 794 on the dial in. He's going to bring up Kylan Baker. 805 is going to be the dial in. He's in Palm City, Florida. Went up against Savannah Highhouse. She got a 795 dial in. Red light start there by Savannah Highhouse. Going to give Caleb the automatic win. And he goes to an 802 on his 805. And Savannah was 797 or 795. She was 004 red. Hunter now coming in next. He's got a 715 dialed in, or 815 dialed in. Going against Brooklyn Collins. She's got a 795 dialed in. Okay, we got a clean green line start in both lanes. Looks like Brooklyn Collins is going to get the win right here. She goes dead on 3 with a 27 reaction time as Hunter Dowling broke out with an 805 on his 815. And looks like that's going to bring him to 5 right here for Aaron Kennedy. He's got a 794 dialed in. All right, going to stay with a 798 and 794 dial in. All right, that's going to be it for round number 1. Like Kenny's going to go out there and touch up the raceway. This time I'm looking for Gene's Glass Pro Eliminator back to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow 3 and 4. And I need the Super Pro motorcycles back to lane 7. Super Pro bikes, lane 7.
Since we're doing a little track prep down there, we're going to run through a couple of commercials real quick. So we'll be right back after these messages.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit. We'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most foolproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
Hey, I also want to tell everyone to check out On the Spot with David Rogers on Thursday nights for their podcast as they talk about politics and news happening around the area. And also, don't forget to follow us on Facebook, YouTube, Spotify, and Instagram, as we will have Stormy Norman joining us this coming Thursday night to talk about his bracket racing career over the years of racing at Jack's Raceway and still continue racing today over here at Gainesville. Rich history. He's got more trophies than he can count, that is for sure. So we're going to dive into that. And then the next following for Thursday, we're going to have Megan Meyer and Randy Meyer joining us, and we're going to dive into top alcohol funny car and dragster, and also talk about Megan Meyer's adventure or what she does now to teach people how to find marketing partners. So 2 great shows coming up, back-to-back Thursdays, and we're looking forward to having both of them on. Our podcast starts at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we would love to have you to jump in, participate, and ask questions. It's an open forum for all. All right, I hear the cars firing up. Looks like we're fixing to get back into Pro for their second round of eliminations. Just in case you're wondering about the temperature today here at the track, it is 82 degrees with a humidity of 60 right this moment. And the good thing is air quality is in the good range for everyone out there in the pits having to breathe the air. So a lot less pollutants in the air, and the pollen counts down a little bit as well, making it easy on everyone. All right, here's your first pair. I'll turn it over to Rick.
All right, here we go. We got Courtney Alford coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 701 is going to be the 9. Going to get Jimmy Hodges. Jimmy with a 615 dial in. He's out of Middleburg. Okay, Redline's going to come on over there for Courtney Alford. He got a 702 on that 701 dial in. Jimmy Hodges was dead on with an 8, but he's behind on the Christmas tree by 6 thousandths. And that cost him the win. John Dwayne coming up next. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 596 dialed in. And he'll run up against Kenny Bevins. And Bevins is going to run over here in the right hand lane. He's got a 606 dialed in on the little Vega wagon. He's got a 606 dialed in. All right, we got a clean green light start. 8,000 rates to the starting line and the stripe. It is going to be John Dwayne getting the red light here as he goes 597 with a 0 on a 96 dial in. As Kenny Bevins breaks out with a 604 on his 606 dial in. Mel Rasky coming up next. 640 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Lecanto. And he'll run up against Mike French. French is out of Ocala. He's got a 629 dial in on his 65 Chevelle. All right, 4,000 racing to the starting line. And at the stripe, it is Mike French going to get the win light here on a double breakout. Amber Matt's coming up next. She'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 671's the dial in for the S10 pickup. And she's going to be running up against Richard Lindsay. 640 is going to be his dial in on the Mustang. He's out of Alachua. Okay, that's good. What's late? Amber's going to get the win light here. She has 673 on that 671 dial in as Richard breaks out with a 637 on his 640 dial in. D. Lichty coming up next. 670 the dial in for the 69 Camaro out of St. John's, Florida. He'll run up against Ralph Bratton. 629 the dial in for the El Camino. He's out of Gainesville. Okay, we got a perfect reaction time in one lane and 015 in the other. Double breakout Ralph Bratton is going to get the win line here as he breaks out by the least amount. He was 015 on the tree. He was trip zip. And unfortunately, he's didn't do him any good. Dan Warren coming in next. 645 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. And Alan Dillman. 658 is going to be the dial in for the 79 Camaro. All right, Alan Dillman picks up the win line. Mark Angelina coming up next. So Lucas Oil side of the track. Got a 656 dial in. Going up against Jeremy Fireball Davis over here in the right lane. That red line start for Bart. He's going to give Jeremy Davis the automatic win. And Jeremy goes through with a 529 on that 540 dial, and Bart goes dead on 2, but he was 009 red. Scott DeLeon coming up next. 678 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu. Going up against DJ Coventry. 643 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. All right, we got a green line starting both lanes. Looks like we got 27,000 different second starting line. This is going to be DJ Coventry picking up the win line here. He goes 646 on his 643 dial in. And Leon goes out with 683 on his 678. Tony Gambardella coming up next. 650 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy wagon over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Here we go up against Joe Conley out of Savannah, Georgia. 626 the dial in for the Dodge Dart. And the win line's going to come off for Tony Gambardella as he goes 652 on a 650 dial in. As Joe Conley's car's loaded with 635 on his 626 dial in. Mike Gaffney coming up next. 751 is going to be his dial in, going against Jeff Grafton in the Tesla. Grafton turns on the red light, getting on the Mike Gaffney the automatic win light. Gaffney goes 752 on his 751. And right for next pair, we're going to have Bob Hoxton coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's got his 695 dialed in. He's out of Lake Butler, Florida. Going up against Greg Lubin out of Hawthorne, Florida. He's got a 652 dialed in. And red light starting for Greg Lubin. It's going to give Bob Hoxton the automatic win light. And Hoxton goes dead on 0. Great run there, but reaction time needs some work. Lubin red lit and broke out. All right, that's going to bring up Phil Green. 605 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Camaro out of Ocala. He'll run up against Lee Hauser. He'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 726 is going to be the dial in. And red light start there for Lee Hauser is going to give Bill Green the automatic win light. He goes through the 604 on that 605, so Lily's grandpa still hanging around. All right, Mike Bennett coming up next. 629 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. Then we go up against Russell Morris. He's got a 696 dial in on the Olds Cutlass. All right, 51,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. The win line's coming off for Russell Morris on a double breakout. He breaks out before down. And Mike Bennett broke out by a bunch. That's going to bring up Ken Grant. 626 is going to be the dial in for the Nova out of Titan, Georgia. And Ernie Renfro is going to be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 668 dial in. All right, 28 now represent the starting line and in the stripe. It's going to be Ernie Redbro getting the red line here as he goes 670 on his 668 dial in. He was 001 on the tree. Grant goes 627.4, but he was 029. Sean Henson coming up next. 684 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Hawthorne, Florida, and he'll run up against Jimmy Harrell. 645 the dial in for the Mustang. All right, got the green light start. And then the strike, Jimmy Harrell's going to get the win line here. He goes 659 on that 645 dial in. And Sean Henson's car slowed to a 710 on his 680 dial in. Robert Treadwell coming up next. 615 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And he'll run up against Jason Beam out of the land. Got the Chevy Malibu over here in the right-hand lane. All right, win light's coming on over for Robert Treadwell. He was dead on. James Turner coming up next. 701 is going to be his dial. He's out of Keystone Heights driving the Mercury Capri. And George Emanuel out of High Springs. 773 is his dial in. Driving a 68 Nova from High Springs, Florida. And a red light start for James Turner. It's going to give George Emanuel the one line. George goes 771 on that 773. And Turner, after the red light starts, went dead off with a 4. Darren Stutz coming up next. Chevy Camaro out of Green Coast Springs got a 665 dial in. Here's J.D. Anderson out of Florida. He's got a 633 dialed in. Okay, one of them's got the perfect reaction time. The other was a little bit late. And the one that got the perfect reaction time just won the race. J.D. Anderson got a 640 on his 633. And Darren Stutz raced out with a 664 on his 665 dial in. Okay, Paul Allen coming up next. He's got a 695 dialed in on the Ford Maverick. And against Dan Sayers. Sayers with a 752 dialed in Monte Carlo. Sayers turns on the red light, giving the automatic one here to Paul Allen. And Sayers goes through the 753 on his 752. And Paul Allen went to 691 on his 695. James Evans coming up next. 693 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang out of Jacksonville. Here we're up against Leah Tadero. She's got a 755 dialed in. She's out of Gainesville. Yeah, red line start there by James Evans. It's going to give the automatic win here to Leah Tenero. And Leah goes through the 756 on her 755 dial in. Bill Waller coming up next. Ford Ranger over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Aaron Reynolds out of Melbourne. 611's his dial in. That good win like 10 more for Aaron Reynolds. He goes 616 on that 611 dial in. He was 006 on the trade. Waller goes 661 on his 656. Dawson Bass coming up next. 716 the dial in for the Ford Mustang going up against Blake Scott. And he's got a 746 dial in. All right, Blake Scott gets the win light here. He goes 750 on a 46 dial in. Dawson Bass goes 718 on his 716, but Dawson was behind on the Christmas tree by 5/10 of a second. David Zinke coming up next. 702 is going to be the dial in for the 74 Plymouth Duster. And he'll run up against Tom Courtney. Tom's got a 677 dial in. He's out of High Springs, Florida. Okay, well, it's going to come on for David Zinke. There's 702 with a 6 on a 702. As Tom Courtney breaks out by 4,000. All right, Mark Dell coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 635 is going to be the dial in going up against Lisa Remba. 640 will be the dial in for the Dodge Dart. All right, attention independents, attention independents. Blind Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro in lanes 1 and 2 with overflow 3 and 4. Blind Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Let's make our way into lanes 1 and 2 with overflow 3 and 4. Super Pro motorcycles, you should be in the lanes. All right, Wyatt Palmatier picks up the win down for Mark Conley. And Courtney Alford coming up here on Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got 701 dialed in going up against Johnny Linder Jr. got a 779 dial. Hey, good. Double break in Courtney Alford's going to pick up the win lane. He's going to bring up Kenny Bevins next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the little Chevy Vega. And he'll be right up against Rob Reynolds, driving Dan Warren's pickup truck. Okay, we got a nice clean green line start on the 6,000 separate the two at the starting line. The stripe, it is Kenny Bevins picking up the win line here as he goes 605 with a 1 on his 605 dial in. And now bring up Mike Young. He's got 657 dial in on the Barracuda.
So Jeremy Davis is going to pick up the win on that run right there. As he played with the throttle a little bit on the top end to make sure that he wouldn't break out. And here comes the bye run to go into the final round. In your Super Pro motorcycle class. Hey, who's that on? All right, Hacador goes right on down the A to B run to face Jeremy Davis in the final round. We're a little down on motorcycles this weekend because quite a few of them are up in South Georgia Motorsports Park competing in the Man Cup Drag Bike Series. All right, while we wait for our Super Pro cars making their ways up in the lanes, I want to thank everyone for watching On the Spot Motorsports Media. Please don't forget to follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Spotify, and please subscribe to our YouTube channel as we get ready to have some interesting podcast shows coming up this month. And we are actually already booking into May. We always want to thank our sponsors that sponsors our podcast and our live streams here at Gainesville Raceway. Redline synthetic oil. I tell you what, some of the best oil in the business. I'm out here racing in the car that's got over 210,000 miles on it, and that's no joke. And then Scorpion Racing Products, located just down the road in Ocala, making some of the best looking rockers. Not only are they good looking, but they perform very well. Tell you what, we'll be right back after this.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
All right, here we go back into Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. I need Allen Speed Machine Pro Bikes to lane 7. Pro Bikes need you to lane 7, please. All right, we're going to get things kicked off here in round 2 with Dan Dobson. He's going to run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 650 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Monza out of Gainesville. He'll run up against Jason Graham. Graham's got a 572 dialed in on his Chevy Nova. He's out of Jacksonville. All right, looks like we got 23,000 at the starting line. At the stripe, it's going to be Dan Dobson getting the win right here as he was 651 on his 650 dial in. Jason Graham went 573 on his 572. Troy Volker coming up next. 695 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. And he's going to run up against Kelly Hicks. Over here in the Strange Engineering lane, he's got a 456 dialed in.
It's just the way that the cars, when they do their burnouts, and I'm more closer to the computer than the audio coming from Rick. So when he's speaking, when a car does a burnout, it kind of chops it up a little bit. We're trying to figure out ways of fixing that problem. We think we may have a way of taking care of that, and hopefully we'll present that at the next race in May.
All right, here we go. Start 15,000, separates the two of the starting line. That stripe is going to be Kelly Hicks picking up the win line here as Troy Walker breaks out with a 693 on his 695. Kelly Hicks runs dead on with an 8. Danielle Mockney coming up next. 483 is going to be her dial in. She'll run up against Gene Spazzini. He's out of Lake City, Florida. Got a 37 Chevy Roadster.
Yeah, I hear you saying, but if you did that, you wouldn't hear no one else sing at all.
All right, Danielle Mockney picked up the win line there. She goes 484 on her 483 dial in. As Gene breaks out with a 621 on his 622. Brian Jones coming up next. 455 is going to be the dial in for the dragster here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Bobby Trinnell on a Ford White 33 Ford Roadster. He's going to be running over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 534 dial in. It's going to get Bobby Trinnell the automatic win. And Bobby goes dead on 4. Eric Kinghorn coming up next. 525 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Cavalier. He's out of Glen St. Mary. Yes, DJ Coventry. 638 is going to be the dial in for the Camaro out of Oviedo. All right, 8 miles separate the two at the starting line. Here we go. Striking the win lights coming off for DJ Coventry as he goes dead on 4 and picks up the win. As Kinghorn went 526 for 4 on his 25 dial. All right, John Dwayne coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 596 dial in. Going against Billy Highhouse. He's got 586 dialed in on the Chevy Camaro. They're in the Strange Engineering lane. Okay, 16 reaction time for Highhouse. 36 is for John Dwayne. Highhouse is going to get the win line as he goes dead on with a 0 and gets the win. And it looks like John Dwayne went through the 598 with his 596. It's coming up next. 556 is going to be the dial in for the Donza. He's out of Watchville, Florida. And John Rollins, driving the Chevy Beretta. It's going to be over here on the right hand lane. He's got a 584 dialed in. All right, 30,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go. It's going to be Glenn Newman's getting the win line here as he goes dead on 2 with a 004 reaction time. Puts the signal pack together. And John Rollins put together a 9,000 pack. So 35 10,000ths of a second in a very close drag race. Bubba Hawthorne coming up next. 443 is going to be the dial in. He'll run up here on the Lucas Oil Lane, running against Mike McBryson. He's got a 667 dial in. He's out of Brooksville, Florida. All right, 12,000 breaks to the starting line. It's going to be Hawthorne getting the win line here on a double breakout. He breaks out by 1,000 second. And then Ryzen broke out by a bunch. Jim Barbera coming up next. 689 is the dial in. And he's going up against Bart Treadwell. All right, got a clean green on the start. Looks like 10,000 races to the starting line. Here we go. Jim Barbera is going to get the win line here. He was dead on 3 with a 12 reaction time, put a 15,000 back together. And Bart Treadwell was 022 at 552, 559. Randy Banger coming up next. He's got a 492 dial in. Going against Bruce Root. Root with a 722 dial in. To the 33,000 starting line, and the win line's going to come on for Randy Banger. He goes to the 495. All right, Nick Brown over there on Lucas Oil side of the track going against Tommy Campbell. All right, so Nick Brown had 601 down. 603. 601. Gabe Vasquez coming up next. 483 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going up against the Camaro here. This is J273. All right, Gary Vasquez runs dead on with a 0 and a 005 reaction time, so good run there for him. 454 is going to be the dial in over here in Lucas Oil Lane. One against James Hickson Jr. He's got 473. 10,000 separates two of the starting line. It's going to be Hicks picking up the win line as Bennett breaks out with a 452 on his 454 dial in. Michelle Linsby coming up next. 638 is going to be the dial in for the pickup truck out of Panama City Beach. And she's going to run up against Dave Demarest. He's got 469 dialed in. He's out of Fort McCoy. All right, Mom D-Ross coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got a 504 dialed in, going against the Chevelle, car number T201. She's got a 601 dialed in. And the Chevelle picks up the red line here as he goes 10 on 3. Steve Shoemaker coming up next. 473 is going to be his dial in, going against the dragster over here in the right-hand lane, car number 2091. All right, 21,000 difference in the starting line. It's going to be Steve Shoemaker getting the win line here as he goes 474 on 473 dial in. That's going to bring up Shirley Powell next. 663 is going to be the dial in for the 70 Camaro out of Green Coast Springs. And Judd Trotter will run over here in the Strange Engineering lane with a 469 dial in on the dragster out of McClenny. All right, only 2,000 separates the two of the starting line. And the strike, the win line's going to come on for Shirley Powell as he goes 664 on his 663. Buddy Goolsby coming in next. 670 is going to be the dial in for the S10 picking up out of High Springs. And he'll run against Bart Daniels. $498 is going to be the dial in for Daniels. All right, win line's going to come on over there for Buddy Goolsby as he goes 671 on his 670 dial in. And it's going to bring up Paul Allen next. Paul with a 693 dial in, so against David Hicks, who's got a 503 dial in on his dragster. All right, 004 reaction time for Paul Allen. That's going to give him the win line. He goes 7 flat on the 693. And David Hicks breaks out by 9 fouls. He goes 502 with a 1. And 503 dial in. I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess. All right, looks like Joe Pace's going to get a competition single here. His opponent not able to make the call here for round number 2. So Joe goes through with a 693 on his 692. All right, Grayson Wright coming in next. So we're going to Lucas Oil side of the track. 497 is his dial in. And car 282T. Yeah. Okay, we got a perfect reaction time and a 001 reaction time. Perfect reaction time just won the race. 567 on a 567. All right, Darren Brewster coming up next. 518 is going to be the dial in. He's going to run up against Darren Stutz. Stutz got the 546 dial in on that 1940 Willys. That red light started there. Brewster is going to get Darren Stutz out back west. And Stutz goes through the 546 on his 546 dial in. Good run there for Darren. All right, here comes Kurt Carlson. 547 is going to be the dial in over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. Going up against Michael Peak. He's got a 612 dial in. He's out of Quitman, Georgia. I came on over there from Michael Peak on a double breakout. So Peak's going to be moving on into the next round. That'll bring Ken Grant next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 446 is his dial in. He's going to ride up against James Butter Jr. 498 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Dayton City, Florida. Red light started by Ken Grant. It's going to give James Butter the automatic red light. And Butter breaks out with 497 on his 498. But matters not, as he gets the red light because of the red light by Grant. Kira Carter coming up next. 527 is going to be her dial in. And she's going to run up against Donnie Hutto. Donnie's got a 694 dial in on his Mercury Comet. He's out of Jessup, Georgia. All right, got a clean green light start. And Tierra Carter is going to get the win light here. She goes 527 with a 2 on her 27 dial. And Donnie goes up with a 697 on the 694. Red light start there for Keith Collins. Going to get Aaron Reynolds out. Two. All right, here comes Luke Evans, the Chevy Corvette. He's got a 573 dialed in. He's going to run against Mike Young over here. 654 is his dial in. Yeah, red line started there for Mike Young. It's going to give Lou the automatic win. So Louis gives 559 on that 573. All right, Kurt Banks coming up next. He's got a 540 dialed in. He's got a 608 dialed in. All right, 15,000 separates these two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And it's going to be Commentator picking up the win line here as he goes through a 609 to 608. Kurt Banks wants to get 8, but unfortunately cannot see what the deal is. He's 025 to Commentator's 010. Around B Lindsay next, 662 is going to be the dial in for the 69 crown of St. John's, Florida. Going up against Glenn Newmans. 556 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Monza. He's out of Alachua. All right, Glenn Newmans going to get the win line here. As he goes 558 on the 556. He was 018 on the tree. D was pretty late on the tree. Went 663 on his 662. All right, Ben Vance coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 670 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. And he'll run up against Kelly Hicks over here on the right hand side. He's got a 457 dialed in. All right, you got 28,000 difference in the starting line. It's going to be Hicks getting the win line here on a double breakout. Robert Treadwell coming in next. 613 is going to be the Chevy Camaro. Go right up against Randy Baker. He's got a 493 dial in. All right, looks like it's $1,000 difference in the starting line, and it's going to be back in the red line. Back goes dead on 9 with a double 9 reaction time. Luke Hawthorne coming in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 455 is going to be his dial in. Out of Memphis, Florida. Here running against Trey Butler. Trey's got a 618 dialed in on his Chevy Camaro. All right, 9,000 separate these two at the starting line at the stripe. Luke Hawthorne's going to get the win. He was dead on 1 reaction time. He puts the 12,000 pack together. Trey Butler was 020 on the tree. Was dead on with a 4. Dan Dobson coming up next. 650 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Monza. He'll go up against Bill Highhouse over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 586 dial in. He's out of Millburg. All right, 9,702 starting line here at the stripe. And it's going to be Highhouse getting the win line here. As Dobson goes dead on 4 with another 23 reaction time. But couldn't get there as Bill Highhouse picks up the win by 4 10,000ths of a second. Roy Hagar coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 637 is his dial in. Going up against Jason Graham. Graham's got a 573 dial in. And red line start for Jason Graham's going to get Roy Hagedorn down by the win. And Roy goes dead on 2 with a 21 reaction time. All right, 6 in the pits. I need Ginger Street. Ginger Street, the lanes 1 and 2, please. Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Ginger Street. Need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Need the Pro Motorcycles to lane 7, Pro Bikes lane 7. Need Allen Speed and Machine Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. All right, once again, we're looking for our Flying Brian Trailer Sales Junior Street, the lanes 1 and 2. Need Allen Speed and Machine Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Pro Bikes lane 7. All right, Tanner Bachman over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. We can see the Leon. Peyton turns on the red line. He's going to get the automatic point here to Tanner Bachman. And Tanner goes through the 1040 on the 1034 dial. Brandon Soil side of the track, got the Ford Flex. She's out of Weston Chapel, Florida. Going against Caden Holdaway out of Inverness, Florida. 1108 is going to be his dial in. Okay, red light start there for Caden Holdaway. It's going to get real around. And Braylon goes 1108 on 1112 dial in. got 10. It's Chelsea Dwayne. She's got 935 dial in. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Nick Blind, Brian Trailer Sales, junior dragsters, make your way in the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, make your way in the staging lanes, please. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, 13 and over lane 1. Junior dragsters, make your way in the lanes, please. All right, well, line's going to come on over there for Chelsea Dwayne. All right, here we go back into the pro bikes. We've got Anthony Vieira out of Palm Coast, 76 is the dial in. Going against Valence Howishell over here in the right lane. He's got a 990. All right, got 9 stars in both lanes. And it's going to be Anthony Vieira coming in, getting the one line here as he goes 878 on his 876 dial. All right, Mr. Harper gets the win line here as the red line start for Jordan Balger. And looks like your buy run coming up here next for Bob Moats. All right, once again, I'm looking for my Flying Brian Trailer Sales Junior Dragsters to lane 8, 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, 13 and over lane 1. Junior Dragsters, start making your way to the staging lanes, please. All right, Boats goes through 1102 on his 1097 dial. All right, here we go into Sportsman. And we got Jeff Barrier coming in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1199 is going to be his dial in. And he's going up against Jacob Richards. 1229 is going to be his dial in for the Mustang. Clean green light starting both lanes. And in the stripe, it's going to be Jacob Richards picking up the win light here as he goes 1237, 109 miles an hour. As Jeff Barrier breaks out with 1196, 1199. Mark Conley coming up next out of Gainesville, Georgia. 13 flats to dial in for the Dodge Ram truck. And Mark Bailey coming up over here on the Strange Engineering side of the Corvette. He's got 1265 dialed in. And Bart's out ahead of him on the Christmas tree, and he's going to pull out the victory as well on a double breakout as he goes through the 1263 on his 65 dial in. Bob Hoxton coming up next. 11 flat dial in for the Chevy truck. And going up against Dennis Harsh. 1379 is the dial in for the Chevy Blazer. All right, Dennis Harsh picks up the win light there on a double win light start. He ended up with 2 infractions, so he gets the win light. I'm going to bring up Chris Courtney next. 1112 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Trans Am. He's out of Gainesville. And Mitch Gunner will run over there in the right-hand side. 1370 the dial in for his 14 Dodge Charger. All right, Chris Courtney gets the win light there as he goes 1116 on his 1112 dial in. As Mitch breaks out by 13 thousandths. Yeah. All right, Eric Edelman coming up next. Actually, that's Mike Gaffney over there. I'm sorry about that. It's Atlanta Lakes just turned on the red light. Giving down the back way here to Dan Salyers. Salyers had 1188 dial in. All right, Scott DeLeon coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 1175 the dial in for the Malibu out of Bellevue. And against Trent Horton, 1259 the dial in for the S10 pickup truck out of Callahan. Seems like right, Trent Horton gets the win line here as he goes 1266 on the 59 dial in. He's going to bring up Chuck Parnell. 1120 is the dial in for the Dodge Dart. Going to go up against Blake Scott. 1154 is the dial in for the Chevy Corvette. Pine Ann, Florida. All right, red light came on for Blake Scott. He has 1162 on the 54 dial in. All right, Jared King coming up next. 1203 is going to be his dial in. Going against Johnny Linder Jr. 1478 is the dial in. He's out of Smoke, South Carolina. All right, reaction time advantage went to Chad King. And the win line is going to go to Chad King. 1207. All right, Kevin Roberts coming up next. 1177 the dial in for the 69 Camaro. He'll run up against Jeff Grafton. Waxahachie, Florida. 1170 is the dial in for the Tesla. Do it. All right, Dawson Bass coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1230 is his dial in. He'll go up against Michael Martin. 1276 is the dial in for the S10 pickup. All right, Dawson Bass picks up the win there. He went 1241 on his 1230. Perfect reaction time as well. Monica Roberts coming up next. 1256 is going to be the dial in for the Camaro out of Ocala. And she'll run up against Jane Dickinson. Dickinson's going to be over there in the right lane. He's got a 1662 dial in. And red light starting in for Monica Roberts. She's going to give Jane Dickinson the automatic one light. All right, so that wraps up Sportsman. Is now getting ready to go over to Sportsman's getting ready to get here as soon as J.D. Anderson gets the end of the quarter mile there with the Tesla. He had 1107 dialed in. He's already on the brakes down here. It's 1061. A little bit too quick for the class there, J.D. Getting ready to go here to the junior dragsters. our junior dragster. So we got Shaw Daniel coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1190 is going to be his dial in. And going up against Briley Holdaway. And she's got 1198 dial in. Okay. Yeah, clean start for both drivers. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Holdaway getting the win on a double breakout. Bring up Vincent Matz. 1218 is going to be his dial in. All right, Hudson goes through with a 1214 on that 1218 dial in. All right, Brian Hicks coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 9 flat's going to be his dial in. Go up against Lincoln McMaster. Lincoln with an 890 dial in, 891. He'll run over here in the right hand lane. All right, Hicks goes 9 flat. This time, well, Lincoln already turned on the red light. Blake Jones coming up next. 897 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Kylie Botany will run over here in the right hand lane. She's got an 891 dial in. And then we go to the stripe. It's going to be Blake Jones getting the win line here as he goes 904 on his 897 dial in. That's going to bring up car number 294J. 904 is going to be the dial in. And Sandra Cook. 890 is his dial in. All right, we got green light starts in both lanes. Looks like 8,000 separates the two at the starting line. And it's going to be car number 294J hitting the win light here on a double breakout. All right, that was Weston Daniel over here in the right-hand lane. He's got a 908 dial in. All right, Real Brown, he's going to get the win light here on a red line start by Weston Daniel. All right, attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Chelsea Dwayne to the second floor of the timing tower, please. Chelsea Dwayne, need to the second floor of the timing tower, please. All right, Scarlett Hicks coming in the next 9-10 is going to be the dial in showing over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Johnny Moxley, he's going to run over here in the strange engineering lane. He's got the 901 dialed in. Okay, red light start there for Hicks. It's going to get Moxley the automatic win. And Moxley goes through with an 893 on his 901. Cook coming in next. 892 is going to be his dial in. Coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 802 is going to be his dial in. Going against Brooklyn Collins. She's got a 795 dial in. All right, we only got 200 of a second separate these two at the starting line. And the win light's going to come on to Brooklyn Collins. She goes 796 to 795. Still, Rabbit. 804 against 802. Savannah High House coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 790 is going to be her dial in. Going against Tanner Mockney. 797 will be his dial in. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I need James Glass, Pro Eliminator, back to lanes 1 and 2, please. James Glass, Pro Eliminator to lanes 1 and 2, overflow 3 and 4. Need Allen Speed Machine Super Pro Bikes to lane 7. All right, so that High House picks up the win light there. She goes 804 on that 798 dial in. All right, Caden Holdaway coming up over here on the Lucas Oil lane. He's got a 793 dial in. Going up against Hunter Dowling. He's got a 710 dial in. All right, Caden Holdaway picks up the win line there. He goes 795 on a 793 dial in. This Hunter Dowling goes 817 on his 810 dial in.
All right, gonna do a little track prep, so we'll be right back.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
All right, 5,000 separates the two at the starting line. Strike. It's going to be Jeremy Davis getting the win line here as he goes 542 with his 540 dial in. As Corky Alford goes out with a 703 on his 7 flat. Robert Treadwell coming up next. 618 is going to be the dial in for the Camaro out of Callahan. And here we're up against Jimmy Harrell. 645 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang. He's out of Orange Park. All right, Treadwell, 618 dial in for the Camaro. Jimmy Harrell, 645 the dial in for the Mustang. All right, 15,000 separated the two at the start and then the stripe. Robert Treadwell is going to get the win line here as he goes 643 on that 612, 618 dial in. Jimmy Harrell goes 684, his 645. All right, Amber Matt's coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got a 671 dialed in. And Ralph Pratt. So here on the street, strange lane. Now we got a perfect reaction time at a 005. And Amber is going to get the win line here with her 005 light. If she goes 676 on the 671, Bratton unable to run the number. He had a perfect reaction time, goes 653 on his 625. All right, here comes Tony Gambardella, 650 the dial in for the Chevy wagon. Going up against DJ Coventry, 643 is going to be the dial in for the Camaro. All right, Kenny Bevins coming up next. 607 is going to be the dial in for the Vega wagon. Going up against Ernie Renfro. Ernie with a 668 dial in on his 70 Camaro. All right, need Super Pro Motorcycles 7, please. Super Pro Bikes lane 7. All right, Kenny Bevins is going to get the midnight here. 610 on that 607 dial in. Ernie goes out with a 670 on his 668. Behind on the Christmas tree, 051 to 93. Martinell coming up next. 636 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. We're up against Mike French out of Ocala. 628 is going to be the man. The dial in for French. Oh, it looks like we got 19,000 separating the two of the starting line. And that stripe, it's going to be Martinell getting the win line here as he goes 639 for the 8 on his 636 dial in. Mike French goes out with a 631 0 on a 627. Mike Gaffney over there on the Lucas Oil side tracks. 751 dial in going against Russell Morris. Morris gets the win line here as he goes 697 on his 696 dial in. Bob Hodgson coming up next. 695 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy pickup truck. He's going to be running up against Blake Scott. He's got a 740 dialed in. All right, David Seeger coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 702 going to be the dial in for the Dodge Plymouth Duster. Plymouth Barracuda. Mike Young. Young with the 659 dial in. And the wind line's going to come on down in. You see a 725 on a 702. And Mike Young breaks out with a 657 on his 659 dial in. And Mike Young crushed him on the reaction time. All right, Paul Allen coming up next. 695 is going to be the dial in for the 72. Maverick going up against Leah Tadero. She's got a 755. Paul Allen's going to get the win right here as he goes 695 with a 3 on his 695 dial in. And Tadero broke out with a 751 or 755. Going to bring up Phil Green. 604 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Camaro. And George Emanuel, he's got a 771 dialed in. Just over out of High Springs. Light start and Phil Green will get the win light. They double red light. All right, John Dwayne coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 596 is going to be the dial in for the 94 Camaro. Going up against Alan Dillon. 656 is the dial in for the 79 Camaro. All right, Wyatt Palmatier coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 623 is his dial. It's 701 Bernard. Rolling. Corky Alford. All right, attention to the pits. The new Flying Brian trailer sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian trailer sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Need pro motorcycles to lane 7. All right, once again, we're looking for Flying Brian trailer sales Super Pro. Make your way into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Come on down. All right, once again, we're looking for Flying Brian trailer sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian trailer sales Super Pro. Need you to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. All right, so it looks like this is going to be the final round here at Super Pro Bikes. It looks like it's going to be a solo pass here. As all right, so Jerry Fireball Davis going to make the victory lap here. And he goes through with a 535 on a 529 dial. All right, once again, we're looking for Super Pro. Flying Brian trailer sales Super Pro into lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian trailer sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Need Pro Bikes to lane 7. Pro Bikes need you back to lane 7. Back into our Super Row. Danielle Bachny is going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 484 is going to be her dial in. Against Billy Highhouse over here in the right-hand lane. He's got a 586 dialed in. All right, 7,000 separates the two of the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be Highhouse picking up the win light here. 586 on a 586. Good run there for Billy Highhouse. Dan Dobson coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 650 is his dial in. Going against Darren Stutz over here in the Strange Lane. Stutz with a 545 dial in on that 1940 Willys. All right, we got a clean green light start both lanes, and Dan Dobson's going to get the win light here as he goes 651 on his 650 dial in. Good run there for Dan. As Stutz bows out with a 547 on his 545. Stutz was actually ahead on the Christmas tree by 23,000. Randy Banger coming up next. 493 is going to be the dial in for the dragster and the Palmetto. He's going up against Bobby Trinnell out of Fort White. 534 is going to be the dial in for the 33 Ford Roadster. And a red light start there for Randy Banger is going to give Trinnell the automatic win. And Bobby goes through with a 536 on his 534. Glenn Newman's coming up next. 556 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Monza. Glenn's out of Alachua, Florida. He went up against Kelly Hicks. Hicks is out of Elton, Florida. He's got a 457 dialed in. All right, 3,000 separates the two of the starting line. Here we go, the stripe. Glenn Newman's going to get the win light here. Goes dead on 9 with a 21 reaction time. Hicks goes out with a 460 on his 457. Hicks had Bubba Hawthorne coming up next. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 442 is going to be his dial in. And we're going up against the Chevelle over here in the right-hand lane. 601 is the dial in. All right, 3,000 separates the two of the starting line. As he goes dead on with a 5 and gets the win light. The Chevelle went dead on with a 5. He also had 3,000 separating the two at the starting line. 33 10,000ths of a second was your margin of victory down there between Hawthorne and that Chevelle. Lou Hawthorne coming up next. 455 is going to be his dial in. And he's going to be running up against Joe Pinkston. Pinkston's got a 693 dialed in on a Malibu out of Williston. So Bankston's going to get a big lead here. And Hawthorne will see if he can try and catch it. Double red light start. It's going to be Lou Hawthorne picking up the win light here as he had the better of the two red lights. He was 003 red. Joe was 013 red. All right, Tia Carter coming up next. 526 is her dial in. And she'll go up against Michael Peak. He's got a 610 dialed in on a little bag out of Equipment, Georgia. $10 separate these two in the starting line. And it's going to be Tierra Carter picking up the win line here. She goes dead on 5 with a 009 reaction time. She puts a 14-thou pack together. And Michael Peak was 019, and he runs 612 on a 610 dial in. Steve Shoemaker coming up next. 473 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll run up against DJ Coventry. Coventry has got a 638 dial in, so 473 the dial in for Shoemaker. All right, DJ Coventry is going to get the win line here as he goes 638 on a 38 dial in. He had 4 with a 4. He was 022 on a tree. And Shoemaker goes 474 on his 689. Seem right? Yep, it flipped. All right, Jim Barbera coming up over here in Lucas Oil Lane. He's got a 689 dial in. He'll go on against James Hicks Jr. Hicks with a 473 dial in. All right, Michelle Linsby coming up next. 638 is going to be her dial in. And she'll run up against James Bunner Jr. in the dragster. And he's got a 497 dialed in. All right, win line came off for Michelle Linsby. As she goes 638 on it with a 3 on her 38 dial in. She was 001 on the tree. She put a 4th pack together. And James Bunner was 038, really had no shot. So Wyatt over here on the Lucas Oil side in the Strange Engineering lane's got a 6 flat dial in, 6482 for Vasquez. All right, Paul Allen coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 695 is going to be his dial in. There you have that. Randy Banger coming up next. He's got the dragster over there in the right-hand lane. All right, so Paul Allen picked up the win light there as Randy Banger turned on a red light. That's going to bring up Sherby Powell. Sherby's got a 663 dialed in on his 70 Camaro. He'll run up against Aaron Reynolds. Reynolds over here in the right-hand lane, and his S10 pickup truck's got 611 dialed in. All right, 4,000 separate the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, Aaron Reynolds is going to run dead on 6 and picks up the win light there as he is 006 on the tree and runs 6 over on his 611-6. All right, Nick Brown coming up next. Nick's got a 601 dialed in. He's out of Orange Park going up against Billy Highhouse. He's got a 586 dialed in. Red light start by Nick Brown's going to give Highhouse the automatic win light. All right, Buddy Goolsby coming up next. 671 is going to be the dial in for this 10 pickup in High Springs. He went up against Mike Bonacci. Bonacci's got a 503 dial in. He's pretty tough. All right, 14,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to stripe. It's going to be Goolsby getting the win line here as he goes dead on 5 with a 001 reaction time. Put a 6-style pack together, and Mike Bonacci is done. All right, Flying Brian Jones coming up next. He's got a 456 dial in. Meet you over there around the staging lanes. Also have Louis Galley over here on the Strange Engineering lanes in his Corvette. He's got a 556 dial in. All right, looks like we got 12,000 difference at the starting line. At the stripe, it's going to be Brian Jones getting the win line here as he goes 461 on that 456 dial in. All right, Roy Hagedorn coming up next. 637 is going to be his dial in. And then we're running up against Kelly All right, got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go to stripe. It's going to be Ron Hagedorn getting the win line here as he goes 637 on his 637 dial in. As Kelly Hicks bows out with a 457 on a 458. All right, here's Glenn Bubba Hawthorne. 1-1 separates the two of the starting line. And it's going to be Bubba Hawthorne getting the win light here as he goes through the 443 on that 441. Glenn Newlands goes out, breaks out with a 555 on his 556. All right, it's going to bring up the Malibu, number 282T. All right, here we are to street bikes. Attention independents, attention independents. I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Junior Street, lanes 1 and 2, Junior Street, lanes 1 and 2. Need Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. All right, so Tom Moats. See, Reginald Harper picked up the win there with Tom Moats. Looks like you got a buy run coming up here for Anthony Vieira. All right, Anthony goes through with an 889 at 155 miles an hour. All right, I should have junior street in the lanes. Sportsman, you should be in the lanes. Street bikes just left, so done with y'all. All right, so here we go into junior street, and we're going to have, I think this is going to be our semifinals. Chelsea Dwayne's going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 935 is going to be her dial in. Going against Briella Browning. Briella with an 11-12 dial in on the Ford Flex. All right, so we got a clean green light start in both lanes. One's pretty good, one's a little late. And sometimes it doesn't work out like you think it's going to. Briella Browning's going to get the win light here. She goes 11-16 on 11-12. She was 092 on the tree. Chelsea Dwayne was 015. Unfortunately, Chelsea breaks out with a 931 on her 935 dial in. And looks like Tanner Mockney coming up next. 1034 is going to be the dial in for the Ford truck. All right, so Tanner goes through the 1044 on his 1034 dial in. The Sportsman, and we're going to start off. We'll get Bart Pangolian. Going to be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Got a 1265 dial in on the Chevy Corvette. He'll be right up against Dan Sayers. Sayers with an 1188 dial in on his Monte Carlo. The red light start there by Dan Sayers is going to give Bart Pangalia the automatic win light. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, start making your way to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters, need you to make your way into the lanes, please. Flying by trailer sales, junior dragsters, start making your way to the staging lanes. All right, Chris Courtney coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track at 11-12 is going to be his dial in, going up against Jacob Richards. He's got a 12:29 dialed in on the Ford Mustang. Okay, we got a clean start both lanes here. We get to the stripe, and the wind light's going to come on down there for Chris Courtney as he goes 11-16 on the 11-12 dial in. As Jacob Richards breaks out with a 12:26 on his 12:29. Trent Horton coming up next in the S10 pickup truck, and he'll run up against J.D. Anderson. Trent with a 12:80 dial in, 11:04 is the dial in for the Tesla. And the wind line's going to come on down there for Trent Horton on a double breakout. Dennis Harsh coming up next. He's got 1375 dialed in on that little Chevy Blazer. And Blake Scott out of Pinetta, Florida, has got 1145 dialed in on the Corvette. Red light started by Dennis Harsh is going to give Blake Scott the automatic win. And Blake goes through with 11:31 on his 11:45 dial in. Chad King coming up next. 12:05 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He'll go up against Jay Dickinson. Jay's out of St. George, Georgia. He's got a 1670 dialed in. All right, 17,000 separates these two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Chad King getting the win light here as he runs 12:05 with a 5 on a 12:05 dial-in. Good run there for him. He was a little hit on the Christmas tree as well with an 0:41 reaction time to an 0:58 for Jay Dickinson. All right, Dawson Bass coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 12:30 is his dial-in, going up against Kevin Roberts in his 69 Camaro over here in the right-hand lane. And the win line is going to come on for Dawson Bass as he goes through the 12:32. Kevin Roberts breaks out with an 11:73 on his 77 dial-in. All right, once again, looking for junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, need you back to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters, need you back to the lanes, please.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
All right, we're going to be on hold just for a few minutes here as our junior dragsters make their way up into the staging lanes. Just bear with us and we'll be right back.
All right, here we go with our finals in the 6 to 9-year-olds junior dragsters. And we got a Brindley Holdaway over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1194 is going to be her dial-in going up against Hudson Matz. Hudson's got a 1213 dial-in. He's out of Gainesville. Okay, we got a clean green light start. One of them's a bit tardy. One's not bad. And the win light comes on for Hudson Matz as he goes through with a 1226 on his 1213. Finally goes 12 flat on her 1194. All right, so here we go into the 10 to 12-year-olds, and we've got Blake Jones coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 902 is going to be his dial-in. He'll be going up against Wyatt Hicks. Hicks over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got an 899 dialed in. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Need Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Fly-by Trailer Sales Super Pro, need you lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Pro Bikes, lane 7. Bikes, lane 7. All right, so got Jace Santiago coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 903 is his dial in. Going against Johnny Moxley over there in the right-hand lane. He's got an 893 dialed in. It looks like 17,000 separated the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Jace Santiago picking up the win light here on a double breakout. All right, Brianna Browning coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 906 is going to be her dial in. And she'll be going up against Ryden Cook. Okay, the red light's going to come on for Ryden Cook as he goes dead on forward with a 22 reaction time. All right, Kyle Batter coming up next out of Palm City, Florida. 8:05 is going to be the dial in. He'll be going up against Brooklyn Collins. 796 is going to be her dial in. All right, red light start over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's going to get Brooklyn Collins the automatic win. And Brooklyn goes through the 795 on her 796 dial in. All right, Carson Murphy over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got an 8 flat dialed in. He'll be running up against Caden Holdaway. He's got a 793 dialed in. All right, 5,000 separates the two of the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be Caden Holdaway getting the win line here on a double breakout. And it looks like the buy run's coming up here next for Savannah Highhouse. And she's got 798 dialed in. All right, so Savannah is going to go through the 796 on her 798 dial in. All right, so I should have Pro Eliminator in lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro in lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman, you can make your way to lanes 5 and 6. Corky Alford coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 701 is going to be his dial-in. Going against J.D. Anderson. 632 is going to be his dial-in. And the win light's going to come on down there for Corky Alford as he goes 703 on his 701 dial-in. All right, it's going to bring up John Dwayne. 596 is going to be the dial-in for the Chevy Camaro out of Jacksonville. And here we're up against Robert Treadwell. 617 is the dial-in for the Camaro out of Callahan. All right, 29,000 seats to its starting line. Here we go to the stripe. John Dwayne's going to get the win light here as he goes 597 on his 596 dial-in. Robert Treadwell goes out with a 615 on his 617 dial-in. Kenny Bevins coming up next. 607 is going to be the dial-in for the Vega Wagon. And he'll be going up against Russell Morris. 697 is going to be the dial-in for the Oldsmobile. All right, we got a clean green line start. Looks like we got about 13,000 difference at the starting line. At the stripe, it's going to be Russell Morris picking up the win light here as he goes through with a 698 on his 697. Bob Hodgson coming up next. 695 is going to be the dial-in for the Chevy pickup truck. And he'll go up against David Zinke. 703 is the dial-in for the driver out of Ponte Vedra. And a red line start by Bob Hodgson gives the automatic win to David Zinke. All right, here goes Paul Allen. 695 is going to be the dial-in. He's going up against Phil Green. Green's got 604 dialed in on his 68 Camaro. Okay, we got a clean green line start. 31,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to stripe. It's going to be Phil Green getting the win line here as he goes 606 on his 604 dial-in. Good run for Phil. It's going to bring up Mark Nell next. 639 is going to be the dial-in for the S10 pickup truck out of Middleburg. He's going up against Tony Gambardella. 647 is the dial-in for the wagon. All right, Jeremy Fireball Davis coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 540 dialed in. Going up against Scott Young, 663 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. All right, so Scott Young picked up the win right there on a double breakout. And it's going to bring up Amber Matz. And it looks like Amber's just going to take the beam and roll back out. Maybe? Nope. Okay, 009 Redline start for Amber. And she goes 675 at 99 miles an hour. All right, here we go back into Super Pro, and we got Bubba Hawthorne coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 441 is going to be a dial in. Going up against Bobby Trinnell. Trinnell with a 536 dial in on his 33 Ford Roadster. All right, once again, looking for Sportsman. Sportsman, back to the lanes, please. Sportsman, need you back to the lanes. All right, 21,000 difference at the starting line, and it's going to be Bobby Trinnell picking up the win line here as he goes 536 with a 9 on a 36 dial in. Good run there for Bobby Trinnell as Bubba Hawthorne runs, none able to run the numbers. He goes 444 on his 441. Dan Dobson coming up next. 651 is going to be the dial in for the 1980 Chevy Monza. He'll be going up against Billy Highhouse over here in the right-hand lane. He's got a 587 dial in on that Chevy Camaro. All right, 10,000 separates the two of the starting line. Here we go at the stripe. The win line's going to come on down there for Highhouse as he goes through with a 587.3 on his 587 dial in. Good run there for him as Dan Dobson broke out with a 649 on his 651 dial in. Glenn Newman's coming up next. 556 is the dial in for the Monza out of Alachua. And here we run up against the Malibu over here in the right-hand lane. 567 is the dial in. And Glenn Newmans is going to pick up the win line here in a double red line start as he was 003 red, but his opponent was 064 red. And Glenn runs 557 on a 56 dial in. Lou Hawthorne coming up next. 455 is going to be the dial in over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll run up against DJ Coventry over here in the right-hand lane in the Camaro. He's got a 638 dialed in. Hawthorne's got 455 dialed in. All right, Redline's coming on down there for Lou Hawthorne as he goes through the 458 on his 55 dial in. Coventry breaks out by 2,000ths of a second. Only 2,000 separate the two at the starting line. All right, Tiara Carter coming up next. She's got a 526 dialed in. She'll be going up against Aaron Reynolds. Aaron's got a 604 dialed in on his pickup truck over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, 2,000 separates the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Aaron Reynolds picking up the win line here as he goes 606 on a 604 dial in. As Tierra bows out with a 529 on her 526. Gary Vasquez coming up next. 481 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Alachua. He'll run up against Jim Barbera. 690 is the dial in for the Chevy 2 Nova out of Trenton, Florida. Red line start there by Gary Vasquez. Going to give Jim Barbera the automatic win. Jim goes through with a 692 on his 690 as Gary Vasquez went 482 on his 481. All right, Buddy Goolsby coming up next. 671 is going to be his dial in. He'll be driving a little S10 pickup truck. Going up against Roy Hagedorn in the Ford Mustang over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, 9,000 separates the two at the starting line, and here we go to the stripe. The wind light's going to come on down there for Roy Hagedorn as he goes down through there with a 650 35 on a 37. Breaks out. Goolsby breaks out as well, just breaks out by more than Hagedorn. All right, Flying Brian Jones coming up next. 457 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Paul Allen.
That was the fourth round. Fourth round of pro.
Attention to the pits. Need Junior Street, lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street, lanes 1 and 2.
I'm sorry. It was fourth round.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
All right, Bubba Hawthorne coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 442 dialed in. Billy Highhouse got a 586 dialed in. He'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, 3,000 separates two of them at the starting line, and it's going to be Highhouse getting the win line here as he goes 488 on his 486 dial in. And that'll bring up Michelle Linsby. All right, this looks to be our pro bike final here. Anthony Vieira got 876 dialed in. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side track. And Reginald Harper, he's going to be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got an 883 dialed in. Oh, it looks like Anthony's going to get the win light as Rachel Harper should have let out of it. He didn't do it. So Anthony picks up the win with a 24-27 on his 876. All right, here we go back into Junior Street, and we got Briella Browning coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Ford Flex. And Tanner Mockney going to be in the Ford pickup truck. And this looks like this may be the final round here for Junior Street. And a familiar place for Briella Browning. I think she's been in about every final we've had in the last 4 events. And she's off to a good start on this one. She's got control of the reaction times. And she picks up the win once again. Briella Browning goes 11-17 on 11-12. As Tanner Mockney goes 10-47 on his 10-44. All right, attention to the pits and the Pro Eliminator back to lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, Cool and Fuel them. Let's get them back in lanes 3 and 4. All right, attention to the pits. Junior dragsters. My 10 to 12-year-olds come over to staging lane 8, 13 and older lane 7. All right, attention, junior dragsters. Need my 10 to 12-year-olds to lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds lane 8, 13 and older lane 7, 13 and older lane 7. Need Pro Eliminator back to lanes 1 and 2, Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro lanes 3 and 4, Super Pro lanes 3 and 4. All right, here we go back into sportsman, and we're going to have Dawson Bass coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 12:30 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Going up against Blake Scott. 11:36 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Corvette. All right, 1 foul separates the two of them at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be the Corvette getting the win line here as he goes 11:44 on that 11:36 as Bass breaks out with a 12:28 on his 12:30 dial in. Trent Horton coming up next. 12:80 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. He'll run up against Chad King. Chad's got a 12:04 dialed in. Looks like got about 8,000 separating the two at the starting line. And the win line is going to come on down there for Chad King. Bart Pangilian coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 12:65 is going to be the dial in for the Corvette. And he'll be running up against Chris Courtney over there in the right-hand lane. And Courtney turns on the red light, gives the automatic win back to Bart. And Bart goes through with a 12:61 on his 12:65. All right, once again, we're looking for Pro ET. Pro ET back to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro back to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro back to lanes 3 and 4. Junior dragsters, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 8. 13 and older, lane 7.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
All right, so it looks like we're into our semifinals and our junior dragsters here in the 8 to 12 as well as the 13 and older. And we got Blake Jones coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 898 is going to be his dial in. They're going against Wright Cook. 890 will be the dial in for Cook. All right, Blake Jones gets the win light there as Rod Cook breaks out with an 887 on his 890 dial in. Blake went dead 9. And I'll bring up your buy run for Jace L. Jeff Santiago out of Orlando. 9 flat's going to be his dial in. All right, here we go to our 13 and older group. We've got Savannah High over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 796 is going to be her dial in. She'll run up against Caden Holdaway. 790 is his dial in. Okay, Redline start there for Kaden Holdaway is going to give the automatic win here to Savannah Highhouse. She goes through the 795 on her 96 dial in. She broke out by 1/1000th of a second. And it's going to bring up Brooklyn Collins. 796 is the dial in for her. Understand she's just going to break the beams and back the vehicle up. We'll see if that happens. All right, once again, looking for a pro eliminator in lanes 1 and 2, super pro lanes 3 and 4, sportsman lanes 5 and 6. John Dwayne coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and he's going to wrestle against Russell Morris. Morris in the Oldsmobile is going to run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 697 dialed in. Going to get a 1 second head start from John Dwayne. All right, we got a clean green light start. Only 1,000 separates the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Russell Morris picking up the win right there as John Dwayne breaks out by 9 thousandths. All right, that'll bring up Corky Alford next, as he's got a 701 dialed in. He'll run up against David Zinke. And it looks like maybe there's a problem with the dial in on David's car. As I say, he's trying to get the starter's attention. And then David's out of Ponte Vedra. He's got a 702 dialed in. 701's a dial in for Corky, so you might say this is a heads up run here. All right, they're staging ready to go. And we've got 58 thousandths of a second difference at the starting line. And Corky breaks out with a 699 on a 701, giving the automatic win to David Zinke. David goes through with a 707 on his 702. Corky was 001 to an 059. All right, Phil Green coming up next. 605 to dial in for the 68 Camaro. He's going to be running up against Amber Matz. She's got a 675 dialed in. All right, 11,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe in your win lights coming off from Phil Green as he goes through with a 606 on a 605. Amber Matz bows out with a 678 on her 675. Tony Gambardello coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 646 is the dial in for the Chevy wagon. Going up against Scott Young in the Chevy Camaro. He's got a 655 dialed in. All right. 44 thousandths of a second was the difference at the starting line, and Tony Gambardello is going to get the win light. All right, here we go back to Super Pro. And we're going to have Jim Barbera coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 691 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy 2 out of Trenton, Florida. He'll run up against Bobby Trunnell. He's out of Fort White. 536 is the dial in for the 33 Ford Roadster. looks like 32,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Bobby Trinnell picking up the win right here as he goes 5:38 on his 5:36. As Jim Barbera breaks out with a 6:90 on his 6:91. That's going to bring up Glenn Newman's next. 5:56 is going to be the dial in for the Monza out of Alachua. He'll go up against Flying Brian Jones out of Orange Park. 4:57 is going to be his dial in. All right, 19,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Flying Brian Jones picking up the win right here. As he breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. Glenn broke out by 2/1000th of a second. Glenn was ahead on the tree. Roy Hagedorn coming up next. He's in the Ford Mustang out of Venice. He's got 6:36 dialed in. Going to be run up against Billy Highhouse, 5:87 the dial in for the Camaro. And red light start there for Hagedorn is going to give Highhouse the automatic win. And Highhouse goes through the 5:86 on his 5:87 dial. All right, here comes Lou Hawthorne. 4:55 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Aaron Reynolds. 6:05 is his dial. Red light start there for Aaron Reynolds. All right, Sportsman, need you back to the lanes. Sportsman, need you to the lanes, please. All right, let me get my junior dragster finalists back to the lanes, please. Junior dragster finalists back to the lanes. She got a 637 dialed in on the pickup truck. Going against Will Highhouse, 586 to dial in for the Chevy Camaro. All right, 6,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe in. Your win line's coming off for High House as he goes 590 on his 586 dial in. All right, here we go. This should be the finals of our 10 to 12-year-olds, and we're going to have Blake Jones over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 898 is going to be his dial in. Here we're up against Jace Santiago out of Orlando. 897 is going to be his dial in. All right, 19,000 separates the two at the starting line. And the win line is going to come on down there for Jace Santiago as he goes 899 on his 897 dial in. Blake goes out with a 901 on an 898. All right, here we go with the sportsman final round. And we're going to have Chad King coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he's got the 1204 dialed in. He's going up against Bart over here in the Strange Engineering lane, his Corvette. Bart's got a 1263 dialed in. They got a nice clean green light start. Looks like we got about 51 thou difference at the starting line. And this looks like it's probably going to be a semifinal. And Bart picks up the win light there as he goes 1266 on that 63 dial in. And that'll bring up your buy run here for Blake Scott. He's got 1137 dialed in on the Corvette. All right, looks like Blake's just going to take the beam back up, get ready for the finals. All right, here we go with our finals in the 13 and older group. Savannah High House is going to run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 796 is going to be her dial in. And showing up against Brooklyn Collins. Brooklyn's going to be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. She's got a 795 dialed in. All right, so on the red line start, Brooklyn Collins turned on the 013 red. Savannah picks up the win light and the win here today. Congratulations. All right, let's get Pro and Super Pro back in the lanes. Pro, Super Pro, get you back to the lanes. Sportsman, get you back to the lanes as well, please. All right, here we go in our semifinals of Pro Eliminator. Tony Gambardello just picked up the win line here over Phil Green as he went dead on 3 with a 13 reaction time. Green was 006. Couldn't run the number, goes 608 on his 605. David Zinke coming up next. Zink got a 702 dial in on the 74 Plymouth Duster. Here we're up against Russell Morris over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 699 is the dial in for the Oldsmobile. And we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And Russell Morris is going to pick up the win light here as he goes 701 on that 699 dial in as David breaks out with a 701 on his 702.
All right, I want to thank everybody joining On the Spot Motorsports Media today for the live stream here at Gainesville Raceway for the Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series. Today was race number 8 on the season. Want to give a big shout out to Gainesville Raceway's crew for their hard work throughout the weekend. These men and women work very long days to put on these events. The next race that will take place here, part of the Scorpion Racing ET Bracket Series, will be on May the 3rd and the 4th. Usually on Saturdays, the track goes hot at 10 a.m. and on Sunday at 9 a.m. And this will be for race number 9 and 10 on the season. Race 11 and 12 will take place on May the 31st and June the 1st. And 13, 14 will take place on the 28th of June and the 29th of June. Then we take a brief vacation in July and August and return back here at Gainesville Raceway on September the 6th and the 7th to finish out the last 2 races of the season, and then prepare for the divisional finals that will take place right here this year at Gainesville Raceway on October the 9th through the 12th. Great opportunity for you if you live in the area to come out here and sit in the stands and watch some of the best racers in this Southeast Division, Division 2, compete for a chance to go to California to compete in the national event. Actually, it'll be in Las Vegas.
All right, here we go back into Super Pro. And we got Lou Hawthorne coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 455 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Mims, Florida. And Bobby Trinnell out of Fort White. He's got a 538 dialed in on his 33 Ford Roadster. All right, 3,000 separate the 2 at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And it's going to be Lou Hawthorne picking up the win line there as he goes through the 457 on his 455 as Trinnell breaks out by 3 thousandths. All right, coach, next pairs, we got Flying Brian Jones coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 457 dialed in. He'll be running up against Will Highhouse. He's got a 587 dialed in. the 1,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to strife, and it's going to be Flying Brian Jones getting the win line here as he goes dead on with a 0 with a 006 reaction time. High House goes out with a 588 on his 587.
All right, I think we're waiting for High House to come back around. I think he's double entered in that race, so he loses his first entry. He still has a second one. All right, looks like High House is back around.
All right, so here comes Will High House. He's just going to break the beams here and get back in line for his semifinal matchup.
All right, so he takes the beam, turn on the wind light down at the other end of the track as he backs out.
All right, here we go with the finals of Pro Eliminator. And we're going to have Tony Gambardella coming up over here on the Lucas Oil Signs track. He's got a 639 dialed in. Running up against Russell Morris over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 699 dialed in. All right, we got a clean green light start, but one of them's a bit tardy. And Tony Gambardella is going to pick up the win light there, 645 on a 639. He was 027 on the tree. Russell Morris breaks out with a 697 on his 699. So congratulations, Tony. You're the pro winner here today. All right, only 10,000 separates the two at the starting line.
Lift, Bart.
And Bart's going to get the win light there as he goes 1270 on his 1263 dial in. As Blake Scott goes out with an 1163 on his 1132.
It looked like Bart lifted a little bit down there just to make sure he wouldn't break out on the top end. Picks up a win. All right, the last race that needs to be contested.
Super Pro competitors back to the lanes. Super Pro, and he's y'all back to the lanes.
Yep, last race that needs to be contested, or class rather, it'd be your Super Pro class. We're in the semifinal.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
All right, here we go right here, the signal throw. And we got Brian Jones coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 456 going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Orange Park. Here right up against Will Highhouse. 588 is going to be the dial in for the Camaro. So he's got the Middleburg. All right, we got a clean green light start. Looks like we got 12 foul difference at the starting line, and it's going to be flying Brian Jones getting the win light here as he goes 456 with a 5 on a 56 dial in. His High House breaks out by 6 thousandths. And that'll bring up the bye run here for Lou Hawthorne. He's got a 455 dialed in. And Lou Hawthorne goes dead on 2. So that will leave just one race to go. The Super Pro final between Flying Brian Jones and Lou Hawthorne. pits. Flying Brian Jones, Lou Hawthorne. Let's cool and fuel them, and let's get back in the lanes. Get our final round done here, please.
All right, got great news. Looks like we're about ready to run the last final of the day in Super Pro. Both our competitors are in the staging lane. They're spraying down the water boxes.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The final race of the day, the Super Pro final round. Lou Hawthorne's going to run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Mims, Florida. He's got a 455 dialed in. And he'll run up against Flying Brian Jones out of Orange Park. He's got a 456 dialed in. Start. Here we go to the stripe. Your wheel is going to come on down there for Lou Hawthorne. They were dead even on the starting line. Both of them were 0-18. So Lou Hawthorne goes through the 456 for the 3 at 151 miles an hour. Flying Brian went 458 at 150. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to wrap things up here for this weekend here at Gainesville Raceway. We do appreciate everybody coming out and hanging out with us. Please be safe on your travels home and have a great week next week. We will see you next time. Good night, everybody.
All right, I want to thank everybody joining On the Spot Motorsports Media this weekend, watching race number 7 and number 8 of the Scorpion Racing Products AT Series right here at wonderful Gainesville. I want to thank Gainesville's track crew for working as hard as they do every event to make sure that we have a safe surface to race on. But don't forget to follow us, subscribe to our YouTube channel. And also this Thursday night, we're going to have Storm and Norman. Yeah, he's kind of like a legend there from Jacksonville Raceways back in the day. And, man, he's still racing today. So we're going to talk about all of his wins and championships, and really looking forward to that. So until then, take care and good night.